of those losses was to a team from South Dakota, from Brandon Valley. The other one, they lost to Goodhue 2 years ago when they won the but all right. Well, Rick, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you good.
Okay, good. Yeah, Rick Gosson is going to be with us today too. So,
hey, how you doing?
This is John back at the train depot, we call it.
All right.
Yeah. Well, we can take it any time too. You know, the next logical break for you there. So. Right. Yeah. Yep. We're about ready. I don't know if you want to keep some of those stats or not. It's up to you. You know.
Yep. No, I can do that.
It's time for BBE Sports coverage on 106.5 The Train, brought to you by our sports boosters. And now, let's hear the call of the game on 106.5 The Train.
And a good afternoon from Minneota High School here in southwest Minnesota today. Bill Dean joined by BBE Athletic Director Rick Gosson for what should be an excellent girls basketball game here at the midpoint of the regular season. Rick, both squads are 9-0, and they played last year, I think, on New Year's Eve down at Marshall and had a one-point game. So I think both teams are looking forward to this one.
Yeah, that was a great game last year. It came down to 1 point at the end, and both these teams 9-0, and I don't know that either one of them have had a real test yet either. So this is probably a good game for both teams, regardless of the outcome.
Yeah, and that's the thing with no holiday tournaments and, you know, a reduced non-conference schedule. You're somewhat dependent on how strong your conference is, and as it just so happens, I think both conferences are down a little bit this year.
Yeah, no, I would agree, and with the shortened season, like you said, you know, we only get 4 non-conference games this year, a total of 18 games, depending on how many teams are in your conference. You might not even get 4. So.
And they got another big one coming up next Friday, speaking of non-conference, and we're going to have that game on the train with Pine River Bacchus. That should be a good test for the Jaguars.
Yeah, you know, we've got our 4 non-conference games. You know, obviously Minneota today, who's, you know, the defending state champs. You know, we didn't have a state champion last year. So, and we also play Sauk Center, who's always got a good team.
Yes.
Minnewaska right down the road. We played them last week and got a win there. And then, like you said, Pine River Bacchus.
But the only thing you could have made it tougher was playing New London Spicer next door.
Yeah, that would have been.
But Sauk, that'll be a great game too, that's for sure, as they're still undefeated at this point. Well, Rick, you're from Minneota. What year did you graduate here? And tell us a little bit about why there is such a strong athletic tradition in this school.
You know, I graduated back in 1990, and it just seems like, you know, there's a lot of local people that come back, and some of the names are the same, some of them are different, and just the combination of the two, along with good coaching. Obviously, we got some great coaches in Minneota, and their programs just seem to just keep reloading. You know, so it's a fun place to say you're from. I feel real fortunate today to, you know, if BBE wins, I'm happy. If Minneota wins, I guess I feel okay about that too. It's going to be a good game for both of them.
Well, again, you know, football was kind of one of them. Wrestling has been good, and then now the girls have really been outstanding in both volleyball and in basketball. I'm not so sure about the spring sports, but it just must be good participation too. You must have a lot of kids that put the time in.
Yeah, I know. I think a lot of these kids are 2- and 3-sport athletes. In small schools like this, you have to do it. And you know, same like BBE, Minneota. You know, it's okay to be good at more than one thing, and I think both schools have proven that. And
I think the enrollments are fairly close too to being about the same. So. Yeah.
No, I think relatively close in size. Like I said, just a lot of good athletes.
Well, again, it's great when some of these families, when it gets to be second and third generations too. That's really fun to watch. So.
Yeah. There's some girls out there that played football with their dads. I got Natalie Robecky. You know, her dad Jim was one of my football coaches, social studies teacher. So yeah, I know a lot of these kids out there know their parents a little better. But it's gonna be fun for me.
Well, we had a chance to talk with Christina Anderson, and she's very excited about this ball game, and we'll come back on the Rambo pregame show with the coach's comments in 1 minute.
In the Midwest, always want the opposite of what the weather is doing. When it's warm outside, you want it cold inside. And when it's cold outside, you want it warm. Thanks to acclimated entry systems from Buyer-Built Woodworks and Perkins Lumber, you can have exactly what you want. Hundreds of styles, all designed for the Midwest. Acclimated entry systems from Buyer-Built Woodworks are the quality performance doors you need with the beauty and protection you want. Perkins Lumber in Wilmer and Spicer is your source for acclimated entry systems and all your building needs. Hey, Todd, did you hear about the big day? What big day? Groundhog's Day. It was a bummer.
Oh, yeah. What?
Yeah, the critters came through the gap in my garage door, and I get my garage back in 6 weeks.
You could just replace that door with a new door from American Door Works to reclaim your garage.
Yeah, I suppose I could. But then what would I do on Groundhog's Day?
American Door Works.
Visit our beautiful showroom on East Highway 12 in Wilmer today or call 235-7688.
And welcome to the Rambo pregame show. We're here in Minneota today. Well, a nice sunny day for a trip across the prairie. We're with Christina Anderson, head coach of the Jaguar girls, and a battle of unbeatens today. Christina, both 9-0, and both were at the state tournament last year, and I think both have got their sights set on getting back there.
Yeah, for sure. Like you said, it's kind of fun here to meet at the halfway point of the season and play, you know, the top team in Class A. So I think it should be a really fun battle this afternoon.
It looks like they're very junior dominated, so you know, I imagine they're still improving.
Yeah, for sure. You know, they do have quite a few returners from last year. That sophomore group played a lot of varsity minutes for them, and then obviously their senior Hennon. You know, she's kind of their leader, but it'll be kind of fun. You know, we're definitely a little more senior dominant. They're a little more junior dominant, so it should be a fun battle.
Last year you played at Southwest State, a 1-point game. Were you down considerably in that game? It sounded like you came back in the second half.
Yeah, at halftime, I can't exactly remember if we were down 6, 8, something around there. And like you said, in the second half, we kind of battled back. We actually had a really great look, I don't know, with about 10 seconds left, kind of rimmed in and out, and then they came down. And I think at that point they were up 1 and just were able to hold it. So it should be a fun rematch this year.
Now this JV game, if it's any indication, a lot of intensity out there. Both teams are really playing hard. Yeah,
it's been kind of fun. You know, we were able to bring our 9th grade in JV, and Minneota was saying they don't get many 9th grade games, so that was about a 5-point game. This JV game is tied at halftime here, so like you said, you can just kind of feel that next level of intensity out there. So if this is any indication of how the varsity game will go, it should be a good one.
I don't know if it adds any pressure to them at all. Maybe they don't even think of it, but we think of the BBE boys when they won 71 in a row. When people start to talk about that, but they're on a 36-game winning streak here on their home court. So, you know, they've been awfully tough to beat here.
Absolutely. I think there's a newspaper article this morning out, and it was talking about how many games they've won and how many they've lost in the past few years. But absolutely, I mean, they have a solid program here. They have some great things going. You know, last year, obviously, nobody won the state championship, but they're the winner of the previous two. So, like you said, in a good way, bad way, whatever it is, pressure on them, I'm sure they're used to it across many sports. But again, we're just hoping to come into their home gym today and put up a good battle and give ourselves a chance at the end.
I'm trying to remember, did the two schools meet in the state volleyball? I can't remember if they played each other. I know they've both been there at the same time, but they probably didn't play each other.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think they ever matched up, but like you said, we were there during the same time a couple of those years.
Now, I was looking back to their one loss 2 years ago was to Goodhue, and you know they've had a strong program, and they beat Monaga in the state tournament. You guys had, you know, really a good chance of maybe taking them there in that game at Fergus Falls. I still recall that one pretty vividly. So there is kind of, it seems like there's certain programs that are kind of the blue bloods of girls basketball, you know, in probably every class.
Yeah, for sure. And absolutely, Minneota is in that category, like you talked about. Goodhue, I think they're up at AA now, but for years, a powerhouse in Class A. So it's kind of fun to have our name with some of those teams. Like you said, Monaga was a powerhouse for a couple years, and we were right where with them. You know, a couple years ago, we were able to knock off Goodhue. So you know, it's fun being in those same categories and just being able to compete. You know, just really proud of our girls, and especially the type of consistent defense we can play. So this is a perfect test for that, of where we are on the defensive end, and in turn how we can handle their pressure. So like I said, I'm getting excited for this game.
Yeah. Well, we'll let you get your thoughts organized here, but if there was a key or two, what would you feel, Christina, that's got to go your way?
Yeah, they run in transition very well, so I think it's very important that, you know, we limit their transition defense, or transition offense, I should say. And then I think just maintaining composed on the offensive end. They definitely get up in the passing lanes, and, you know, they look to double, even triple teams on the post sometimes. So we just have to maintain our composure on that side, be patient when we need to be patient, and get some quality looks.
What about depth? Do they use quite a few players also?
You know, they have a solid rotation of 2 or 3 girls that come off the bench. So I like us in that area of where our depth is. So I'm hoping that's something that we'll be able to utilize on our end.
All right. Well, thanks so much for your time. Good luck.
Thanks for coming.
All right, head coach Christina Anderson in her 8th year, and Rick, she's really had that program headed in the right direction, it looks like.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Christina's done a great job with our program. You know, it was a program that you know, didn't have a lot of winning seasons prior to her being there, and you know, since she's taken over, you know, we've been in the section finals several times. Finally broke the door down, got into the state tournament last year, but just several 20-win seasons in a row, and yeah, she does a great job.
Yeah, it just seemed like every year there was that one team that if you didn't have them in your section, you guys would have been at the state numerous times. but as you said, got through last year, and boy, that win over Walker last year, that was a classic.
Yeah, no, that's for sure. You know, we struggled with Browerville for a couple years there, and then it was Monaga and Cromwell. You know, we've had a lot of section final games and a lot of good close games too. So could have made a few trips there prior to last year, but we're happy with where the program's at.
Well, I see Grace Ilias is here, outstanding point guard for BBE, and how big a factor is that going to be handling the ball for the Jaguars, do you think, against really usually a very pressure defense that the Vikings play?
Yeah, we lost a couple seniors to graduation ball handlers last year. Grace and my daughter Jacqueline was one of those. Jenna Dingman, those three seniors, played a lot of minutes on this team. But we've got a great sophomore class, and we've got some good senior leadership, and I think they'll handle the ball okay.
Now, certainly leading the way for the team scoring wise is Alyssa Knight, but she's a tough matchup because she can be inside and she can hurt you from the outside.
I'll tell you, Alyssa's really got a nice set of skills. She can handle the ball, she can post up, she can shoot the mid-range jumper, and it'll be important to get her going early.
Now, have the girls spent, you think, more time in the weight room too in the off season? Because a couple of them to me look stronger than they did last year.
I don't know that I can speak too much to that. Some of them do. I don't think there's anything too regular. We've got a building project going on at BBE right now, and we're going to have a new weight room as part of that. So we're hoping to get a lot of our kids, boys and girls, on a regular regiment of lifting weights. Some of them do have a weightlifting class at school that they do. But yeah, no, I would agree. It's a very important part of the game.
Well, again, besides Allison, some other key players I think are going to be really the other four starters, but then off the bench, when you bring a player of the caliber of Abby Berge in, she can kind of change the whole tenure of a game when she gets in there.
Yeah, Abby, she's another one of those girls that, she's long and she's athletic, and she can play the post defense, she can play the perimeter defense, she can shoot, drive. She's just really an all-around player, and she's started some games. She's come off the bench. It really doesn't matter. She's going to be on the floor the majority of the time, and she's an important player on that team.
Now for Minneota, of course, you've got Abby Henning, who's averaging just about 20 a game. It seems like she's been playing forever, too.
Well, Abby has been playing forever, and if it wasn't her, it was her sisters, too. I think there's 4 girls or 5 girls, and they've all just been outstanding athletes. But yeah, Abby, she's definitely the key player on Minneota's team, that's for sure.
Now tell us a little bit about some of the other players that they are going to use. Now, is there sisters as well? Is it Rost? Is that how they say it?
Rost, yeah. Actually, yeah. They're a family that used to go to Ivanhoe, and then with a lot of those small schools in Southwest Minnesota, shutting down or consolidating or whatever, some of the surrounding areas picked up some kids, and that Rost family, there's a couple of them actually. Marty and I believe Marty and Jeremy both have kids, and just a real nice pickup for Minneota.
Yeah, I noticed on the school, I think on Facebook from Minneota, that one of the recent days when there was kind of bad weather, they talked about an Ivanhoe bus anyway, so they must have a number of kids kind of coming down from that area.
Yeah, and when the weather gets bad around here, it is bad because there's nothing keeping that wind from blowing everything around.
Yeah, that is so true. Do you think that through the years that a few students from the Marshall actually district have enrolled here too, just maybe wanted a different experience, or isn't that been the case at all?
I don't know if there's a lot of that. There's probably some, but you got Ghent right between Marshall and Minneota, and back in the day, before open enrollment, that line was right through the middle of that town. I can remember having kids that I went to high school with that lived in Ghent, and then other kids that lived in Ghent, and some of them went to Marshall, some of them went to Minneota. That district line was right in the middle of town.
Well, Marshall's had such a great athletic tradition too through the years, so it really is kind of a hotbed right around this area, it seems like.
No, that's for sure.
Well, the teams are getting set here for the opening tap. Again, the JV game was won by BBE by 10. Really was a hard-fought battle. It was 14-all at halftime. The Jaguars did prevail, 34-24. And that's one of the things that the Jaguars varsity has hung their hat on, Rick, is, holding the opposition down. I think I read in the Wilmer paper, second best defensive points per game in the state right now. And the other one was a team from AAA, I think, a St. Paul school.
Yeah, if we can hang our hat on anything, it's our defense. We like to really pressure the ball. We got a good bench that we can bring kids in and keep people fresh, and that really helps our defense.
Well, we're getting set here for our national anthem. I think we're going to send it back to the train for the anthem, and then we'll be back. All right, our national anthem, and we're getting set here for the starting lineups. Again, Minneota averaging about 70 points a game on offense. We'll see if that BBE defense, which is giving up a little over 29, if they can hold them below their season average at least. Jaguars also scoring at a good clip this year at 66.5. Jaguars are in their road white uniforms with the blue and blue numerals trimmed in silver. And Minneota in their home, what would you call that color? It's a darker blue, kind of a...
Yeah, I think I'd call it a royal blue.
Yeah, and then the gold numerals trimmed in white. And approximately how old would this gym be, do you think, Rick?
Well, this is the same gym that was here when I was in high school, and it was there long before that. So, I don't know what year this building was built.
Well,
exactly. It looks a little different. It's been remodeled.
Yeah, the floor looks nice and bright. Yep. I know that Wilmer came down here and played volleyball after the season had kind of concluded abruptly there, and just because it was, two good programs. And definitely the beams came into play in volleyball. I don't think that's as much in basketball, but maybe with Abby Berge's high archers, she could possibly hit that one beam, but I don't think it should be a factor here in basketball. All right, we've had the Jaguars introduced. Now let's meet the Minneota Vikings. First up out of the gate is Natalie Robecki, a 5'10 junior. And number 14 is Abby Hennon, 5'9 senior. Next up for the Vikings will be number 20. That's McKenna Yost, a 5'7 junior. Number 21 is Abby Rost, a 5'8 senior. And number 34 is Jaron Rost, a 5'10 junior. Jaguars starting with Carsey Campson, a 5'6 senior. Jackie Lindsay, a 5'8 senior. Also starting for BBE is Alyssa Knight, a 6' senior, number 42. Carissa Jones, number 44, a 5'8 senior. And the other starter is Josie Knutson for BBE, and she's averaging about 8 points a game, number 24. It seems like Josie has had to take on, quite a bit bigger role now with, as you mentioned, some of those seniors that graduated.
Yeah, Josie's a little spark plug. She really plays intense defense, and when she gets hot, she can make some shots too.
So it'll be Knight jumping center for the Jaguars against Hennon. Height advantage to the BBE player. The tap is controlled by Minneota, however, as it was picked up by Rost. In the front court, they go down the right wing. That's Abby Rost. Bounce pass back to Rost. Out high to Hennon. Guarding her is Campson. And they kick it back out. Good patient possession here to start the ball game. Man-to-man defense for BBE. There's a step-back shot from the right side. No good. Rebound battled for, and it will be a jump ball. We had a fair amount of jump balls in the JV game as both teams were scrapping hard. But a pretty good look on the wing there by Minneota. I think that would have been a 2. I think the player's foot was just across the arc. And here comes Knutson now bringing it up for the Jags, a 5'3" senior. She'll be picked up in the front court by McKenna Yost. They get it down to the baseline, and Jones' shot is blocked. Clean block in there made by Rost. Back the other way, the Vikings trying to up the tempo and drawing a foul, I believe, on Campson. As driving in on the left wing there was Abby Hennon. Or excuse me, that is Robecki,
yep.
So she'll be at the line. First foul on either team here. And I know you've got some stats there too, Rick, as far as these girls. I know I wrote down the points they're averaging. She's averaging a little over 14 a game, but they've got some very good shooting stats too. Free throw is good. One more coming, and that is around and out, and Knight has her first rebound. 1-0. The Vikings take the early lead. We played 55 seconds here of this opening half. Lindsay on the move now, guarded by Hennon. Gets it on the right wing. Knutson drives in the paint, now dishes to the baseline. Lindsay kicks it back out to Jones, free throw line. Left wing now, Campson. Good possession this time, Jaguars being patient. Knutson hands it to Knight. Over to Lindsay. Lindsay just outside the arc, hands it back to Knutson. She'll dribble with the left hand out toward center court. Now reverses the other way. Got a screen from Knight, and now they double team her in the corner. Spots Jones, goes down the lane, and a holding foul before the shot. As that was a pretty good possession by the Jaguars.
Yeah, they were very patient, moved the ball around. Good crisp passes. Nice possession.
Pass in on the baseline. That foul was called on Rost, Abby Rost. Pass comes in, the shot a little bit too strong by Jones. They battle for the rebound. It's taken down by Rost. In the front court, Abby Rost on the right wing for Robecki. Now over to Yost. Further down on the right baseline, out high. Hennon driving, goes down the paint, puts up kind of a tough shot. And they say it was tipped out, I think, by the Jaguars. Hennon really got a head of steam going there.
Looked like she traveled.
And the pass coming in on the baseline by Yost. There's a long three, way short, rebounded by Jones. Jaguars on the push now with Lindsay down the right wing. Shot is up from outside. It's going to be a 3. But that's a bonus when Jackie can hit from downtown.
Yeah, absolutely.
3-1 now. BBE takes the early lead. 15:45 to go first half. In the front court, Abby Rost hands it off now to Yost. Yost on the drive on Jones, dishing it inside. The shot is up and good. Scored by Hennon down low. Abby Hennon with her first 2. Tied at 3. 15:28 to go. Lindsay on the left wing now for Campson. Gets the screen from Knight. Knight rolls to the baseline, hands it off to Lindsay. Into Jones, goes up strong, no good. And the rebound taken down by Minneota. Abby Hennon with it. Cross court left side for Rost. Down on the baseline, driving in there, kind of double team now, kind of a tough spot. It gets the pass off to Hennon. A set shot from outside, no good. Hennon the rebound. She takes it to the right corner. Leaves it now there for Rost, driving in and kicking it back out, open for a 3, and no good. Rebound though by Minneota inside, and they'll draw the foul as Abby Rost got the rebound and drew the foul. And that one is called on the Jaguars' Josie Knutson. Free throw line, shot up and good. Abby Rost averaging just under 10 points a game. Minneota's made 1 out of 3 free throws. They have a 1-point lead at 4-3. 14:46 here left in this first half.
We got senior Liz French in the game now, and sophomore Abby Berge for the BBE Jaguars.
Both free throws are good by Abby Rost, and it's a 2-point Viking lead. 14:44 to go in the front court. Berge kicks it on the wing now for French. She'll drive in, cut off. Back out is Campson for a three. No good off the rim. Rebound, though, taken down by Berge. Muscling inside, now gets it to Knight. She put it up too strong. A little bit nervous, I think, on a couple of these shots by the Jaguars, but they'll start the fall. In the front court now, it's Minneota with Abby Rost. Guarded there by Berge, who's got those long arms and good anticipation, too.
Yeah, BB's had some nice looks at the hoop and just not getting anything to fall right now.
And the Vikings now try to get it down low. Saving it from going out of bounds was Roblecki. And now they get it back over to the right side for Rost. Inside, battling hard, getting a shot up. No good. Hit the rim twice. Rebound deflected back out. An open shot from outside is no good. And Knight will save it now for the Jaguars. Well, a couple of fortunate bounces there, but Minneota not able to capitalize. Lindsay gets it on the left wing for Campson with 13:35 to go. Berge back to Campson. They are attempting, I think, to get it in tonight. Now they do. They'll collapse on her. Turnaround shot is no good. Shot over the basket. Knight might be a little bit pumped up out there.
Yeah, we need to get her going. That's an important part of our game.
In the front court, it's Rost. Bounce pass on the left side for Abby Henning. Hennon back on the right side. Yost hands it off. And again, Rost has it. Guarded by Lindsay. Hits it on the left side for Yost. They get it inside. Blocked by Knight. And a foul. As trying to come out of there was Berge, and she is tripped up and fouled. That was a play that gets the Jaguar bench excited.
Yeah, that was a nice block right into Berge's hands, and then fought the foul on Hennon.
First foul on Hennon, second team foul. 5-3 our score in favor of Minneota. 12:55 to go first half as Berge brings it in the front court. Leaves it out there for Campson. Carsey Campson. Straight up man-to-man. Gets it on the wing. There's Lindsay. Shot blocked. So Hennon with the block, and then we're going to get a foul on Lindsay. It looks like for BBE.
Entering the game now, we got sophomore Harley Rearing. Harley's another one of that sophomore group that's really gonna be a good player for us for the next couple years here.
Yeah, she's been playing quite a few minutes. Pass in will be on the baseline, and we get a whistle. What happened here? Is there a player bleeding, maybe? So it looks as if perhaps Becky's got an issue there with, I don't know if she's got some blood or not. So she's coming over to the sideline, and they'll replace her, I believe. Or are they going to just, yeah, they're going to replace her. As Talk has come in the ball game. I hope I'm saying that right.
Tolk.
T-O-L-K. Tolk driving in, and the pass across the lane. They get it through. Tolk handled it. Got it over to Yost. Inside, again, blocked out of bounds. As Knight getting another block. Pass in on the Minneota end. Stassen in the ball game. Is it Stassen?
Stassen, yeah.
Stassen, okay. I figured I'd say that wrong. There's a nice rebound by Knight in traffic on the miss from outside by Rost.
Yeah, Stassen's mom was an Ilias, Bill.
Oh, I didn't know that.
From BBE.
Yes, very. You know, now that you say it, maybe I do recall hearing that. I remember going over to, there's a nice looking shot from outside. When Jackson Ilias was playing, we used to go over to their house once in a while after games.
Yeah, that's Jackson's niece out there.
Well, that's very interesting. 8-3 with 11:50 left to play here now. Minneota open up a lead. French gets it into Knight. She might have got away with a walk, but she gets it to go as Alyssa Knight gets her first bucket. 8-5. Vikings by 3. Has the ball in the front court by Rost. Guarded there by Campson. Goes on the left side for Hennon. Now they flash out a player, get it to the post, to Ross turning inside, bounce pass, good ball movement, in and out. Hennon on the left wing now. Guarding her is Berge. Flashing through the paint and kicking it back out, that's Talk.
What a nice offensive series here for Minneota. They're so disciplined.
And we're going to get some contact. The offensive player normally gets those calls, even though she kind of did go into the defender there.
Looks like the foul's on French. We called it on Berge, but that's not right, is it?
Yeah, I think it was.
Okay.
I'm not so sure. It wasn't an offensive foul, but nonetheless. 8-5 remains the score. Nice bounce pass in the lane. Fall-away shot off the glass is good by Becky with her first field goal. She has 3 on the afternoon. 10-5 now, the Vikings. French able to drive to the elbow area, cross court. Campson drives in, puts up a tough shot, and scores it.
Nice job by Harley
Raring. Raring on the basket. Sorry about miscalling that. Harley is not afraid to take it into the defense.
No, she's not.
In the front court now, it's Rost with it. Bounce pass out high. That's Talk. Mackenzie Talk. Cross court for Rost. Knutson trying to stay right with her. Gets it over to Stassen. And the Mackenzie Talk. Back to Ireland Stassen. There's a pass inside, maybe getting a little too far underneath, and missing the shot was Rost. Quickly back to Jaguars, driving in. Berge, and it's going to count, and she was fouled. Good drive by Berge.
Yeah, when she gets to the basket, she is one of those girls that does know how to finish. Sometimes I'm not sure how she gets it in the basket.
And with that little spurt, the Jaguars are right back in it, down by 1. Timeout taken by Minneota. We'll take one as well with 10:05 to go first half. It's a good one as expected. The Vikings 10, the BBE Jaguars 9, back on the train in 30 seconds. Well, where would you rather be on a Saturday afternoon, Rick? This looks like it's going to be a fun matchup here.
Yeah, so far so good. Leading up to the hype that's followed it. I think we got three radio stations here.
Yep.
How many different cameras taping the game? So
and probably some newspaper men, and it was kind of being advertised as one of the top matchups, that you're going to have this year in Class A basketball.
Again, with the strange year that we're having, these are the type of matchups that you don't just find every week.
And this was initially scheduled for earlier in the year, was it not? And then it was postponed.
Yeah, that's true. We did have an earlier date, and then had to reschedule it.
Berge is at the line, and she'll complete the three-point play. She's a very good free throw shooter, well over 70%. In the back court now, Rost with it, doing a lot of the ball handling. And she'll hand it off, driving and then kicking it to the baseline on the left side of the lane. And now the pass comes all the way down the court, goes out of bounds. And that, I think, will be a rare Viking turnover.
Well, and I'm trying to keep track of turnovers. I don't know if I'm doing a very good job, but that's the first one I have from Minneota.
I don't think I've seen any. Julian's in the game now. That Kennedy Julian's, 5'11" junior, number 24, is entered for the Vikings. Pass in comes to Berge. She'll fire up a high-arching three, and that's good.
There's that high-arching shot you talked about, Bill.
Well, she's got a pretty-looking shot. 6 points for Berge, and just like that, the Jaguars back in the lead, 13-10. I think they were down 10-5, so nice little run. Driving in and putting up a shot, no good. They battle for the rebound, and a good job of getting in there to force the jump ball was Berge, as driving in was Hennon.
Yeah, the Vikings are really active on the boards. The BBE's got to do a better job getting those rebounds.
Stassen will throw it in on the baseline for the Vikings. 9.5 minutes to go. Pass came in to Rolbecki. Gets it on the wing for Stassen. Couple of dribbles, cross court to the near side now. Yost. She'll get it out to Hennon. Berge on her. Gets it back to Yost. A nice job there by Jones, anticipating that pass to the post. She knocked it out of bounds. Pass in on the sideline by Stassen. Raring is guarding her. Pass comes in to Hennon with Berge assigned to her. Pass comes out high to Rolbecki. And now they run a little weave out front, losing her footing there, but saving the ball. on that play was Yost. 13-10, 8:55 left here. Low-scoring game like the JV was. There was a real battle there as well. Long possession. There's an 18-footer, no good. And a nice rebound again by Jones. Here comes Knutson back the other way. Fires it in the corner for Campson. Back out to Josie. Down inside. Jones goes up and off the glass. Jones able to turn over his right shoulder and put that up.
Nice move by Carissa Jones there. Senior, we'll miss her next year.
Yeah, she is really a battler. Got that broken nose, but played right to it, basically.
Yeah, not too much gets to Carissa.
Stassen with it now. And she put it cross court, and they're going to say last touch by Rehring, as they almost got the steal there. Rost couldn't handle it either, but it went out of bounds. Stassen will come back out for the Vikings. Pass in on the baseline for Yost. Looking, gets it in. Rost. Abby Rost. Jones right on her girl, tight on her girl, Jaren Rost.
Yeah, people don't realize how quick Carissa is. She's got a quick first step.
15-10 our score in favor of BBE right now. Another longer possession here for Minneota. Right baseline. There's a double team there. Pass went over the... Boy, they got a fortunate bounce there, did the Vikings, to keep that possession. Now they turn it over in the corner. Well, sometimes you get a bounce or two, and then if you don't capitalize on that, it can come back to haunt you a little bit. And the ball seemed to kind of be bouncing their way, but they eventually did turn it over. Lindsay's back in now for the Jaguars. Gets the pass inbounds. Campson. Rehring is still out there. And Jones. Berge gets it into Jones. Goes up strong again. Oh, I thought for a second that was going to go in. It rimmed off. Here comes Minneota on the break. And taking it up strong and scoring is Robecki. Robecki has her second bucket. She's got 5, and she's going to go to the line.
Yeah, Minneota likes to get out and transition and run, and that's something that the Jaguars got to get back on defense.
Alyssa Knight coming back in for Carissa Jones. As Natalie Robecki, a 5'10 junior, one of a very strong junior class, averaging 14 a game. She's at 5 as she missed the free throw. Rebound to Knight. Off to Lindsay with 7:20 left in the half. 15-12, low-scoring defensive battle. Lindsay for a long 3, long rebound. Tapped out towards center court. It's going to be a race, and Knight able to chase it down. Great play by Knight. She showed her speed on that. Knight able to dribble the ball.
Knocked that one down. That was quite an effort.
Here comes Lindsay back now. They guard her tightly. Now they get it in the corner for Lindsay again. Skip pass, that's dangerous. Got it through the Rehring, drives in and scores. As we said earlier, Harley's not afraid to take it to the basket.
No fear.
17-12. Again, Jaguars equal their largest lead at 5. Rost in the front court. Abby reverses her dribble, leaves it out high now for Hennon. And in the corner on the left wing, dribbling out high is Robecki. Hennon, Rost, trying to use a screen there by Hennon. Hennon guarded by Berge, straight up man-to-man. They get it inside, and going up over the top and scoring is number 34, and that's Jaren Rost, her first bucket. 17-14, Jaguars by 3 in the Knight. Knight going into traffic and a travel. How many turnovers is that on the Jaguars now, Rick?
You know, I don't know how good of a job I'm doing here.
That's okay.
I got 2-2. I got 2 for the Jaguars and 2 for the Vikings right now.
Well, a person gets, kind of focused in on the game, and you're not, used to doing these, this color and stats, but we appreciate it. I'm glad you could help out here today.
Got Josie Knutson and Liz French in the game now.
That's the thing that BBE is able to keep fresh bodies out there and hopefully keep the pressure on.
Yep. Ooh.
Maybe a little half step there, but no call as Minneota's Yost gets it on the right wing for Robecki. She's been kind of their player so far in this first half.
No.
And they get it on the wing now. Driving in is Yost, and then they threw it away. Kind of a miscommunication between Yost and Rost on that. So the Jaguars need to capitalize now on that turnover. See if they can get a bucket this time down the floor. Knutson will bring it up. He'll pick her up just into the front court. It's a screen from Knight. And picks it back out to Berge. Now it's French handing it to Lindsay. Lindsay hands it off to Knutson. Knutson back to Berge. Now they get it into Knight. She'll kick it back out. An open three on the wing. Short. Rebound, though, taken nicely by French. And again, the go to Knight. Backing in, double teamed and stolen. Taken away by Hennon. Drives the length of the floor and lays it in for two. Abby Hennon with 4. And it's a 1-point lead, 17-16 for BBE. Boy, they collapsed that defense quickly on Knight that time. Pass on the left wing now for Berge. Takes one dribble, kicks it to Knight, back out. Trying to drive in and taking a tough shot. Is missing it is Knutson. And then I think she might have picked up the foul on the rebound. So I think that's Josie Knutson's second.
I think they called it on.
Oh, they call it on Campson? I didn't think she was even out there.
No, I didn't either.
Okay, yeah, it is on Knutson, her second. All right, timeout on the floor with our score. BBE, Belgrade Brutenell Rosa 17 and Minneota 16. 4:27 left to go in the first half. We'll be back in 30 seconds.
Management talks about working with Charles Construction.
Yeah, Chuck's done a few projects for me, commercial and residential. He did a complete remodel on my office on First Street, and then he's done several upgrades and remodifications to my primary home, complete bathroom from start to finish, and then windows and siding.
And how was the work?
On time, under budget, exactly how I wanted. Very good.
Visit CharlesConstructionLLC.com. Charles Construction, uniquely built for you.
17-16 with the Jaguars clinging to a 1-point lead. Basketball oftentimes is a game of runs, and there have been some kind of mini runs in this one so far.
It's just been a really nice defensive game by both teams, and like I said, I don't think either team has really played a real quality opponent yet this year, so this is a nice matchup.
It'll be thrown in on the baseline now by the Vikings out of the timeout. Becky gets it in. Just into the game now is Talk again. This is her second appearance. Berge picks her up as she crosses the timeline, went for the steal, almost got the tie-up. Looking up as almost a 5-second call, but I think just before we got that, the Minneota coach Johnston took the timeout.
Yeah, that was nice. Nice defense there. Forced the Vikings to take a timeout.
Any other keys that you see? It seems like they've been able to get it BBE inside, and then kind of that, kick it in, kick it back out. They're going to get some open looks that way from outside.
Yeah, I wish I would do a better job with the shooting chart here because, early on, BBE had some nice looks at the basket. They just couldn't get anything to fall. So I'd be interested to know what the shooting percentage is for the Jaguars right now.
Yeah, that's the one thing I know I have had trouble ever through the years. I used to try to keep it, but you never can keep it. It's hard to keep both shooting and rebounding and then keep track of the scorebook at the same time. But it'll be interesting to see when the final stats are assembled. And then you have to rely on your stat keepers, too. How good are they, I guess, sometimes. That varies, too.
I think one of the biggest things for the Jaguars is just making sure they get back on a missed shot. If they don't get a rebound, they got to get back on defense. Minneota likes to run.
Talk with the ball, picked up her dribble, gets the pass off to Stassen. Both teams able to use a pretty deep rotation, and that will come in handy in the second half. Yost gets it to Talk. Guarded by French right now, driving in and stopping at the free throw line. Shot maybe was partially blocked, and maybe she changed her idea and made a pass. Now a tough rebound. They let him play on, and the ball eventually comes into the hands of the Jaguars.
Yeah, we got to do a better job of boxing out. We got to use our bodies and box out a little better.
Raring with it now, trying to drive, cut off, gets it over to Lindsay. 3.5 to play. First half on the left wing, Raring. One dribble out to Abby Berge. Right side to French. In the corner, Lindsay. Brings it out toward the elbow area. Lindsay, couple of dribbles, now picks it up. Pass cross court for French. She'll drive, go around a screen, takes it up, and missed the shot. They crash the rebound, and Knight can't save it. It goes out of bounds. It'll be Viking ball.
That was a nice look by Liz French there, too. God, we just got to get some of those shots to fall.
Pass in on the baseline now will be executed by Stassen. 17-16, a one-point game. Our JV game was a tie game at halftime as Henning drives in and a foul, and I think going to get a blocking foul and 2 shots for Abby Henning. It's on Abby Berge, her second. 7 fouls on BBE now. Free throw by Henning is good. So Abby now with 5 points. Vikings have made 4 out of 6 at the foul line. Jones comes back in for Berge. One more shot here for senior Abby Henning, averaging just over 19 a game. Chance to put her team back in the lead. Free throw good. So 2 out of 2 for Henning, and it's an 18-17 Minneota lead. And it'll be brought up to the front court now by Jackie Lindsay. Lindsay in the front court, surveying the court, still on her dribble. Right at the top of the key, gets it on the wing to French. Tried to go in, then kicks it back out to Knight. Knight dribbling outside the three-point arc on the right wing. Out high to Röhring. Röhring is trying to drive, dishing it somehow to Jones. And Jones working around. The Minneota coaches want travel on that. Jones gets in and gets the jump ball. Boy, she's aggressive out there.
She is aggressive. I think the Minneota coach might have been right. There might have been some traveling there, but nevertheless, we got a jump ball out of it.
I'm not even sure if that initial pass was intended for her or not, but it came in there like a bullet anyway. I'll make sure the arrow is headed in the right direction. It'll be Jaguar ball. He'll inbound it under their own basket. Harley Röhring. And gets it into Jones. Jones back to Röhring for a 3 out of the corner. No good, too long. And rebounded, taken down on the far side by Yost. Henning passing ahead now. Pull-up shot from 12 on the left wing is no good. Rebounded by Lindsay. A good open look that time, and that's about as quick an offense as we've seen the Vikings. 1 pass and a shot. Now in the lane, turnaround shot by Knight is good.
Oh, finally.
She's got the soft touch, and that one,
She does. That was a nice move there. We got to get her going.
19-18, BBE up by 1 again. Minute 53 to go, first half. Rost to Henning, goes inside. Good position that time, but missing the shot. Well, they got it right where they wanted it in the block to Jaren Rost, but she couldn't convert.
Yeah, Rost really posts up nice. She keeps the defender on her body, on the back of her body, and really creates some nice space for herself down there.
Jaguars turn it over as the pass intended for Knight went through her hands. 1 point Jaguar lead. The Vikings with the ball. Maybe the chance to regain the lead is Abby Rost in the front court, 5'8" senior. They might even go for one here. I wouldn't be surprised as deliberate as they've been. Now they get it on the right wing, in the right corner. Pass over there, and there's a long three-pointer that rims way out on the miss by Henning. And the rebound taken by the Vikings by Yost. Henning, bounce pass on the baseline, and getting a shot up, no good. They battle for the rebound. Henning takes it in, and they're going to count that. And she's fired up on that play as Henning able to get that basket. Again, as you mentioned, Rick, Jaguars got to do a better job of boxing out.
Yep, we need to rebound. That foul doesn't happen if we get that rebound.
Foul is on Jones, her first. Henning with the bucket now with a chance for a 3-point play, give her team a 2-point lead, and she does. 9 for Henning, 21-19 Minneota. 1 minute to go, first half. 55 seconds now as Lindsay gets it on the left wing for French. French cut off, out to Knight. Now to Jones. Right corner for Röhring. Pass comes near midcourt, but saved by Knight. Behind the back dribble. And leaves it over for Röhring. Röhring on the drive. And she's defended pretty well there. Bounce pass in the night, down low, turnaround shot in the lane, and she'll be fouled on the play.
All right.
Chance to make a couple of free throws here and maybe tie this thing up again.
Fouls on 12.
That is on
Rolbecky
and her first. Just the fourth team foul. Free throw spun out of there. No good by Knight. 6 points for Berge off the bench. 4 each for Knight and for Raring off the bench had 4.
I think it's only the second and third free throws we're shooting.
Right. Second one is good. They've made 2 out of 3 now, the Jaguars. They're down by 1. Now Minneota possibly will go for the final shot of the half with 20 seconds to play. Hennon behind the back. Guarded there by Lindsay. Hennon, physical player. Nice dish off. Shot is partially blocked, I think. And the rebound to BBE, they got about 8 seconds to go in the front court with 5.9. Jones with 3 seconds. Their pass is across court. It's stolen and fired up at the buzzer. No good. So not the look they wanted there in the final seconds, but nonetheless a very good first half. I think if you're the visiting team, you got to feel pretty good about the way you played in that half.
Yeah, 1 point game at halftime here. You know, a nice block by Knight. I think she must have had 3 or 4 blocks in that first half. You know, she's really a presence in the middle there when it comes to trying to get shots up over top of her.
And it'll be interesting if they can maybe get a little more offense from her too, you know, in the second half. But both teams, I'm sure, are going to maybe plot some strategy, maybe change a few things, and maybe just, you know, the nerves will be maybe less too to start the second half.
Yeah, you know, it started out, Minneota had the edge in rebounding, but it's what I got down here is it ended up 12-11 at halftime for Minneota, so pretty close there. In terms of turnovers, I've got BBE for 5 and Minneota for 3. I don't know how accurate that is, but that's what I've got. Yeah, just a few things to clean up for the Jaguars, and it was a good first half.
Yeah, Minneota did shoot 8 free throw attempts. They made 6 out of the 8, and the Jaguars, as we mentioned, just 3 trips through the free throw line, 2 out of 3. As far as 3-point shooting, Berge had 1, Lindsay had 1, and for Minneota, Mackenzie Talk had a 3-pointer. Other than that, the outside shooting was not a factor in that first half. Again, both teams averaging a lot of points a game, you know, close to 70 for Minneota and 66 for BBE, but I had a feeling it was going to be more of a defensive struggle.
Yeah, both these teams are really athletic and pretty deep too, so it's gonna continue to be a defensive battle in the second half, I'm afraid.
Well, we're going to send it back to John at our train depot for a little halftime and maybe get some of our Sports Booster messages in. And John, we'll be back here for the second half. We're on the Waste Management halftime show, and we'll be back in about 6 minutes.
To hire a CDL driver in the Winstead area. Why Waste Management? Because they invest in you with competitive pay, 3 weeks vacation, a boot allowance, industry-leading health insurance, home every night and weekend, and a $3,000 sign-on bonus. Waste Management is looking to hire a CDL driver in the Winstead area. To apply, visit careers.wm.com and search Winstead MN. That's careers.wm.com and search Winstead MN.
You're listening to 106.5 The Train, and the BBE Jaguars girls playing the Minneota Vikings girls in Minneota this afternoon with Bill Dean on the call. We've got a score of 21-20 with the Vikings leading at the break, and as Bill said, we'll send it back out there in about 5.5 minutes or so. I've got some weather for you, followed by a few news updates, and we'll go ahead and start with the weather. This afternoon, mostly sunny skies with a high near 23, south-southeast winds about 10 miles per hour. Tonight, we've got a chance of precipitation at 70%, so snow is likely mainly in the early a.m. hours under cloudy skies. We're looking for a low of about 19 degrees, and those south-southeast winds again about 5 to 10 miles per hour. Tomorrow, the chance of precipitation is at 80%, although new snow accumulation of less than an inch is possible. And that will be mainly in the morning before 11 a.m. We'll have patchy freezing fog possible as well with a high near 32 degrees tomorrow. That sounds pretty darn good. Tomorrow night, partly cloudy with a low of about 20 degrees. And then things start to warm up for us. Monday, we have a forecast high of 41 under mostly sunny skies. Tuesday, we've got a forecast high of 41 under mostly sunny skies. And Wednesday, we've got a forecast high of 32.
outdoor seating again. They welcome your reservations and will be at 50% capacity and also have curbside to go. Hours are from 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. Monday through Saturday and 7 to 1:30 on Sunday. All menu items are available. Log on to Facebook to see the breakfast and luncheon specials plus homemade soup for the day. Reservations recommended but not required. Westwood Cafe appreciates your patronage and support. Stay well.
You're listening to 106.5 The Train, Sunberg Wilmer, and the BBE Jaguars girls and Minneota Vikings girls down in Minneota, where the halftime score is 21-20, and we're going to send it back out to Bill Dean on the call in about 3 minutes. A couple of sports items to mention quickly. The Minnesota Timberwolves entertain the Toronto Raptors again tonight in Minneapolis. The Wolves dropped 2 straight games since beating Toronto and Tampa last Sunday, 116-112. The visiting Raptors have won 2 in a row since losing to the Wolves on Sunday. Toronto is 14-15 on the season, while the Wolves are 7-22. And the tip tonight is set for 7 p.m. at the Target Center. And I don't know this for certain, but that is probably a game that's going to be carried right here on our sister station, KWLM. And you can check WilmerRadio.com to verify that. It's official. Minnesota Twins baseball is back today as pitchers and catchers hold their first official workout in Fort Myers, Florida. The full squad will return to the field for their first full team workout Tuesday. Twins open their spring season on February 28th when they host the Red Sox. And some news about a former Twin. Second baseman Brian Dozier is hanging up his cleats and the glove for the final time after he announced his retirement from the MLB after 9 seasons. Dozier spent his first 7 seasons right here in Minnesota. 33-year-old made the All-Star team in 2015 and won a Gold Glove as a Twin in 2017. Minnesota Wild bounced back from a 2-game skid with a 3-1 win over Anaheim. Ryan Hartman and Kevin Fiala found the back of the net less than 40 seconds apart in the first period with a power play from Marcus Foligno to seal the deal for Minnesota. The Wild moved to 7-6 on their season and return tomorrow night for game 2 against those Ducks. And our fourth-ranked Golden Gopher men's hockey team entertains Michigan State tonight and tomorrow. And we have tonight's game starting at 7 p.m. at Mariucci and tomorrow at 5 p.m. at Mariucci on the U of M campus. All right, this is an important one. Former Police Chief Jim Phelps is asking the public to search their home video surveillance systems for clues regarding a drive-by shooting Tuesday night. Phelps says someone opened fire on a house in the 700 block of Southeast 4th Street, and then someone in a vehicle fired at another motorist in the area of 9th Street Southeast and Augusta Avenue. He says people with surveillance systems should check them, and similar video has helped solve other cases in the past. No one was hurt in Tuesday's incident, but a nearby house had 2 bullet holes in it. The vehicle was just described as a dark passenger car. Phelps says they think the shooters knew the occupants and targeted the house where the first shooting took place. We're going to send you right back out to Minneota right after this.
What's that funny sound? It's like water falling down. You go to take a peek. Oh no, you've sprung a leak. This could be a bummer, but you've called an awesome plumber. Help is on the way. Yes, Brad will save the day. With 24-hour emergency service, Brad's Plumbing has been a trusted name for over 20 years. So don't sleep with a drip. Call Brad's Plumbing at 212-7180.
And we're back here at halftime, the Waste Management Halftime Show. BBE and Minneota, 2 top teams in Class A girls basketball. In the QRF ratings, Belgrade Brutnell Rosa is actually number 1 and Minneota is number 3. And in the Minnesota basketball poll, the Vikings are ranked number 1 and the Jaguars number 4. So we know these are 2 of the better teams, and I think both probably have their sights set on playing in what's going to be a state tournament, Rick. And we don't know exactly how the format's going to be, but it sounds like at least in the quarterfinals, that there might be at some different sites. Is that kind of what you're hearing? Or?
Yeah, that's kind of what they're talking about. The section, for the most part, will be a lot at high seeds, and then not real sure for section finals yet. And then I don't know if they're going to plan on doing some sort of a super section like they're doing in wrestling, so that only 4 teams from each class actually make it to the I don't even know where the site is yet, if they've put that down yet.
No, I don't think they have either, but I've heard that too being discussed. Maybe have 4 teams in one spot and 4 in the other, and then the semifinals will be in the Twin Cities. But that's a ways down the road yet, I guess. So.
Yeah, before we get going here, Bill, another connection between BBE and Minneota. You know any other schools that have a husband-wife combo that do both the head girls and the head boys besides BBE? We've got Chris and Christina Anderson as our head coaches. Redwood Falls also has that same situation. They've got Erin Lindahl and Taya Kockelman Lindahl. Taya's a cousin of mine who was a great athlete for Minneota. She graduated now, obviously, in teaching in Redwood. But I've always thought it'd be fun to get a doubleheader together with Redwood and BBE and get those two husband-wife combos together.
That sure would be. And of course, Erin is the son of Roger, who was a great athlete for BBE and then went up and played, college football and was a very good player too.
Yep, Roger's a good friend. I play some golf with him in the summer, and just wanted to give a shout out to Taya Kockelman and Lindahl.
Yeah, that's great. Boy, Rick, I'm glad we've got you along. You've given me a little bit of the lineage here, and it is fun though with these athletic families like that. It seems like whatever your family. I mean, how many sons and daughters of lawyers and doctors go on and kind of pursue those careers, and a lot of these athletes too. I mean, they just kind of grow up with it, I think. And
yep, that's for sure.
And as far as coaches and so forth too. So yeah, that's very interesting. Yeah, see if you can maybe work that out. That would be fun. I really like the fact that Wilmer, a few years ago, kind of got that area school holiday tournament together. I've been kind of campaigning for that for years, because I know when they first built the Wilmer School, that was kind of the talk, about getting the area teams in there, and it's something people really look forward to. Sometimes you don't get to play these schools in a regular season, but like this year now with an RCW having a good year, and it would have been kind of fun to see them at the Big Red Gym. Here we go at the second half, 21-20.
Vikings with the ball.
And again, both teams, I'm sure, have discussed what they want to do. Hennon on the drive. She'll leave the pass out. And then losing it out of bounds. So a start, that's not the start the Vikings wanted, I'm sure.
All right, I'm going to do a better job with turnovers this time. Wow, Minneota.
Pass in will be by Jackie Lindsay. She'll get it to Josie Knutson. Starting fives are out there, I believe, for both squads, it looks like. 21-20, and then falling down was Lindsay, and I don't know, I hope she didn't hurt herself. I think she just slipped. So then the pass went harmlessly out of bounds.
So one turnover apiece. Here we go. Not a good start here.
All right, here come the Vikings now to the attack. In the front court, it's Rost. Picked up her dribble, gets it off to Hennon. Back to Rost, guarded by Knutson. Rost with a size advantage there. Gets it over to Wolbecki. Hennon in the lane, Rost. And out for Yost. Driving in and kicking it back to Rost again. On the right wing and working her way, weaving through, and there comes Knight, the eraser.
There's another block there. That's got to be about the fifth block by Alyssa Knight tonight.
But that's nice when you've got that backstopper down there when you do give up a drive to the hoop.
Yeah, that's the thing about Alyssa. Even when she's not scoring, she does so many other things out there too.
Abby Hennon now handing it off on the right wing for Rost in the lane. Hennon kicks it back out, open for about an 18-footer, and nailing it is number 21. That's Abby Rost, her first field goal. 4 points on the afternoon. And a 3-point Minneota lead at 23-20. Played a minute and a half here of this second half. Campson hands it off to Knight. Down to the right wing now for Lindsay. In the lane to Campson. She'll drive with that strong left hand. Leaves it for Knight. Trying to pass it into Jones, and that one is knocked away and stolen. So another turnover on BBE that time as they try to get it to Jones. Rost in the front court hands it off. Well, Becky, they get it inside, and Rost has another basket. Abby Rost quickly out of the gate with 2 field goals, and just like that, the 1-point lead becomes 5. Now they get it to Jones. Quick double team on her. There's a shot on the baseline. Good. They needed that one.
Yeah, that's a big shot by Josie Knutson. We needed that bucket.
Well, they really collapsed on Jones when she got that ball in there, and that left Knutson wide open. 25-22, the Vikings with the ball and the 3-point lead. Abby Hennon on the right wing for Abby Rost. Abby and Abby. Gets it out high for Yost. Now to Hennon. Cross court it comes near side. That's the other Yost. Rost, I mean. Hennon cut off at the free throw line. Another patient possession here, Wolbecki. And Rost, she's got both buckets so far, hands it off to Hennon. Or to, that is not Hennon, but Wolbecki. Well, I tell you, the Vikings, they'll run some clock here as the defense has got to stay alert, though.
Very disciplined team.
Pass on the right wing for Rost. There's getting a hand on it was Knight, and they get the steal. Knight was open down the court, but they didn't see her. She got the hand on it. There's a shot by Lindsay for 3, I believe, or is it a 2? I think they're only going to give her 2 on that.
Oh, they gave her 3.
They did, okay. Wasn't sure if it was or not, but we're tied at 25. All right, here comes Minneota now with Yost. Putting it on the wing for Hennon. Hennon driving on Campson. Spin move to the baseline, goes up strong and draws the foul.
What a great move by Abby Hennon. She just left Campson standing there. What a nice move.
Yeah, that was a dandy. They call that foul on Lindsay, her second. Free throw good by Hennon. 10 points for her now. 26-25 Minneota. The Jaguars bring in 3 girls off the bench. Raring, also Abby Berge, and Liz French all report in. Free throw by Hennon is good. 11 now for Abby, averaging just under 20 a game. 27-25, Vikings by 2 as we hit the 14:05 mark remaining. Right wing, Liz French. One dribble, pass underneath. They got it tonight. Turns, shoots, scores.
Nice turnaround jumper. She's tough when she gets that rolling inside there.
7 points for Alyssa Knight, and she's done a lot of other good positive things, including blocking 3 or 4 shots. Rost with it now. She's got a couple of buckets this half. Leaves it off on the wing. Shot from outside is no good. They go for the rebound, and it'll be Jaguar ball, as was last touched by Jaron Rost. So tied at 27. 1 point game at halftime. We've had numerous ties here. As Berge will bring it in the front court.
This might come down to who has the ball last, Bill.
Berge down the lane, and they reached in and they fouled her. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Here comes Minneota with 3 subs off the bench. As Wolbecki got that foul, her second. 1 foul apiece here in this half. Baseline throw into Campson. 1 dribble, gets it in the mid-post area to Berge, and then a kick of the ball. As Berge kind of got trapped there, but
she got in there deep. I would have liked to seen her just take that one up, shoot that ball.
Knight now will throw it in. See if they can get it in. High lob, and that got through to Raring. Leaves it now for French. Rost is on her. Raring had a notion, now gives it to Campson. Knight is trying to post up. They're playing her pretty physical in there as Rost is guarding her.
Yeah, she's doing a good job on Alyssa. A lot of pushing going on in there. Those are calls that those refs were calling in the JV game.
And the pass is an errant one. It's turned over, but hustling down the court is Berge to get a hand on it and save what maybe would have been a layup for the Vikings. So good hustle back down the floor after the errant bounce pass in the lane.
Looks like maybe Coach Anderson talked about that transition defense at halftime.
Abby Rost gets it inbounds for Hennon. Hennon guarded there, able to take it in on Berge. Bounce pass off, and they get a shot up, no good. Pretty good look at the bucket that time, but not able to make it was Stassen. Tied at 27, front court, 12:39 to go. Berge, mid-post area, Knight back for Berge out of the right corner. High Archer, too strong, but Raring the rebound. Kicks it back to Berge, goes up, left-handed shot is good. What a nice shot by Berge. Long arms, and she got that left hand way extended out. Good hustle by Raring, though, to get that rebound. 29-27, BBE back in the lead. 12:15 to play. Front court, it's Abby Rost. Gets it on the right wing for Stassen. Campson guarding her. Left side, Abby Rost. She's guarded by French. Rost, bounce pass to Julians. Rost and Stassen, and they get it down low. Is Talk. Bounce pass on the right wing, and open three is up. It's no good. They crash the boards. And I think we could have a Minneota foul here.
21.
She definitely came charging in there, and that would have been Rost. That'll be her second. Well, that's her first, is what they say on the board. I thought I had it for one in the first half, but Hennon is going to come out now.
Lindsay's back in the game for BBE.
And back in for the Vikings, Rolbecky. Here comes Berge in the front court, up by 2. 11.5 to play. By a bounce pass to Jones. Takes a turnaround shot, no good. Out of bounds, it'll be Viking ball. Jones kind of forced one up there a little bit. Pass in the baseline area for Rolbecky. Here comes Knutson back in, and Berge's going to get a rest.
Yeah, I wouldn't leave Berge on the bench too long.
I'm with you on that. Pass. Oh, they turn it over, or do they? No, it was tipped out. Yeah, they do. The Vikings turned it over on that far sideline. This is the biggest crowd I've seen at any game all year by far. They allowed a few fans in here today. I don't know if everybody's 6 feet apart over there or not. Pass comes inbounds. Knutson gets it off to French. Liz, a senior, in the lane to Knutson, goes up, and boy, she was fouled, but somehow Jones, the rebound, gets it up, no good. They're letting them play on, and goes Christina Anderson. She thought for sure that there was a foul, and it looked like it. Back the other way now is Rost. Put some pressure on her, gets it to Talk. Over to Rolbecky. Rolbecky now driving and pulls it back out. Right corner. Stassen, skip pass over the top. Three-pointer up, no good. High rebound up over the top of the glass. They keep it alive somehow. They said it was still in play. Now they feed it inside, and boy, that's going to hurt. Looked like the Jaguars were going to get that ball back a couple of times, but instead they give up a possible three-point play. Tied at 29, and there'll be a free throw shot. Foul was called on Liz French.
Yeah, we got to do a better job on the boards. We got to get those rebounds. Can't let them have those second shot opportunities.
Rolbecky now, as she missed the free throw, and there's an over-the-back call. As Julians went over the back there of the Jaguar girl at inside position. So it'll be BBE throwing it in.
All tied.
Even Steven here as we approach the 10.5-minute mark of this second half. It is kind of a first half score, but it's been good defense on both teams. Now Jones, cut off, nice pass, and getting a shot up and drawing the foul as Knutson on a good feed from Jones.
Nice cut by Josie Knutson, and a nice pass by Jones to see her and get her the ball.
And the foul is called on Stassen, her first. Team's fourth now for Minneota. Tied at 29. We'll see if Knutson can convert here, and it's in and out. Well, that one was in the cylinder, but popped out of there. Josie with 2 points on the afternoon so far. Hennon back in. Here comes Berge back as Rost will get a break, and French will come out of the Jaguar lineup. Tied at 29 with 10:20 to go. One more free throw for Josie Knutson, averaging 8 points a game, a senior. Taking her time now as she takes a couple of dribbles. The deep knee bend. The shot is off the rim. No good. Jaguars shot just 3 free throws in the first half, and they've shot 2 so far here. Hennon on the drive. Goes down low. Now stops her dribble, but they keep it alive. Shot by Rolbecky is good, and that's a three-pointer for Natalie Rolbecky. She's got 10. 3-point Viking lead, 32-29. Quickly back, BBE, left wing for Raring. Kicks it out high to Knutson. Knutson puts it on the deck. It's stolen. Here comes Hennon down and missed the layup. Rebound blocked. and the Jaguars come away. I would have never guessed they were not going to score on that play. 32-29. Here comes the pace picking up a little bit now, and a foul, I think, as Berge was grabbed. We're going to get a foul in the lane. But, boy, you can just see that both these teams could run if they wanted to, but they really seem to want to keep the pace down.
Yep.
Foul was called on the Vikings. Hennon, yep, her second. 3-point Minneota lead. BBE with the ball to the left of their basket on the baseline. They get it into Knight. Hands it off. Campson traveled. Yep. All right, it'll be Rolbecki throwing it in. She's in double figures with 10. Hennon has 11 for the Vikings. Abby Rost with 6. Ball tipped out of bounds. It'll stay with Minneota. Rolbecki and got it into Hennon. Just about a steal there by Berge. Hennon, front court, right wing for Talk. Cross court it goes on the left side. Julians. Rolbecki reversing her dribble, goes up with a strong shot, and 2 Jaguars there for the rebound, taken down by Knight. Here comes Knutson back the other way, right wing. Raring. Over to Knight. Knight driving into the lane and now kicks it back to Campson. Over to Alyssa Knight, just the top of the arc. Tough pass, and it's stolen away. That would have been a tough one to complete down low. Here comes Talk back the other way. Minneota up by 3. 8:45 left. Stassen. Rolbecki with it now. Campson has Hennon try to set a screen there. Almost a 5-second call. And they are going to call a timeout. Nope, they're going to call the 5 seconds. Coach Johnson said he wanted a timeout, but the official has given possession to BBE.
Yeah, Johnson's hot about something there. I don't know.
I think he didn't think she quite had used or exhausted her time, but it was a long time. She wasn't advancing it. 8:30 left to go. Here comes Campson, open from the outside on the wing. It's no good. Good box out there by Rolbecki as the Vikings do a good job on the defensive boards. Hennon in the front court. Drives by Berge, puts it up overnight, and it comes off, and Knight the rebound. Here comes Knutson back for BBE, down by 3. As we approach 8 minutes to go, Campson trying to feed it inside. Raring lost the handle and get another turnover there as the Jaguars come up empty. Hennon ahead to Rolbecki. She'll fire a 3. It's good. That's a big turnaround there as well. Big possession. Jaguars might need a timeout here unless they can get a good look this time. On the right wing, Raring takes kind of a forced shot, no good. And it's out of bounds to the Vikings, and I think that's a good timeout by BBE. Got to kind of get situated.
Need to regroup.
35-29, Minneota with a 6-point lead. That's their biggest of the afternoon so far. 7:36 left to play. We'll be back in 30 seconds.
Changing, and as your local carrier expert, Chapel Central is here to help improve your indoor comfort. From optimizing the performance of your heating and cooling system to ensuring your indoor air is cleaner and healthier, they're committed to delivering premium comfort and helping you breathe a little easier. Carrier, turn to the experts. Turn to Chapel Central in Wilmer.
Bill Dean and Rick Gosson back here at Minneota High School. 35-29, the Vikings have opened up a little bit of a lead here and seemed like the Jaguars were forcing a couple of things there. Boy, Minneota, a veteran squad too, even though they've got all these juniors. They're used to winning these games, and you can kind of see they're probably the more composed team right at the moment.
Yeah, I would agree with you. You know, and Rolbecki just hit 2 huge threes, which is the difference right now, and they got the ball.
Yeah, that's the thing. The Jaguars definitely are going to have to make every possession count from here on out. Maybe try to get it back to Knight a little bit in the lane, or Jones. In the front court, it's Rost. Gets it on the wing for Yost. McKenna Yost handing it off to Hennon. And then it's going to be directing traffic out there now. Passing on the wing, Rolbecky to Rost, and we have a player go down, and we might have a foul on Berge, I think, as she and Hennon collided.
Campson, I bet.
Yep, you're right. Carsey Campson with the foul.
Fighting through a screen.
Third foul on Campson. 7:17 to play, 35-29. Favor of the Vikings with the ball. Yost got it in. Shot is put up, no good. Put up again, and now we're going to get a foul. I thought there might have been a foul on the first attempt, but they let that play through.
Another second chance for the Vikings. We got to get those rebounds.
Foul is on Lindsay. That's her third, so two different girls now with 3 each for BBE. Becky at the line, and her free throw is not good. Natalie with 13 so far to lead the Vikings, 11 for Hennon. French is back in, replacing Lindsay, who's got the 3 fouls. 35-29, Minneota with their biggest lead so far of the afternoon. They led by 1 at halftime. Jaguars have had some leads as well. Second free throw is also no good, and the rebound to BBE. Ahead they go on the right wing for Raring. Takes it in. Spin shot is up. No good. Got her own rebound. No good. And taken down there by Minneota. And Raring might be injured. She really bumped her head on the floor as she got tangled up with a defender there and did hit her head pretty hard. So they're going to take a look at her and make sure she's okay. Again, BBE a little bit impatient on offense the last couple of times down the floor, and Raring did a great job to get that offensive rebound initially, and hopefully she's going to be all right, but they're going to take her off and take a closer look at her here.
Harley's a tough nut. She'll be okay.
So it'll be Viking ball, up by 6, 7 minutes to go. As in the backcourt, Rolbecky will throw it in. BBE showing some full court pressure. That has not really been a factor at all as far as any full court pressing. The Vikings are good ball handlers. And they played them pretty much straight up man to man. Rost handing it off to Yost, getting it over now to Julians. And they go for the steal, and Berge almost had it, and I think she was held. I think Berge got fouled by Hennon.
Yep.
She was off to the races there, and I think Hennon, kind of acting perplexed, but I think she definitely grabbed her. That's the third foul on Abby Hennon. So it'll be a turnover. Jaguars got the steal. All right, the Viking coach wanting a clarification there. French on the baseline. Knight, right side for Knudsen. And now they get a little more offensive flow here. Campson, there's Knight at the free throw line. Back to Carsey Campson.
We need a hoop here. We need a score. Jaguars got to score. It's been a long time.
And they're getting a good possession here now as they work it around. Berge, skip pass, cross court, went through the hands, but saved. Now the pass back out to French. French moving, handing it off. Berge driving, going up too strong, but they're going to call a foul on her. On the way in, she was grabbed or fouled by Yost, it looks like. So Yost picking up her first foul. And Berge a chance to get the Jaguars on the board here at the free throw line.
Jaguars will be in the bonus the rest of the way, too.
Free throw, nothing but net on that one. A nice one by Berge. 35-30, Minneota by 5, 6:04 left in the ball game. Second one coming for Berge. It's good again. So 10 for her.
Big free throws.
Boy, she looked very relaxed on both of those. 4-point lead right now as Rost in the backcourt being hounded there by Knudsen. Hands it off to Yost, and French will guard her. Yost spinning dribble, goes all the way in, and lays it in. Oh, they just cleared the lane out for Yost, and she took it all the way down.
That was a nice drive. Nobody left their person to stop the ball. You got to stop the ball when it's coming through the lane.
Now the ball is almost turned over by BBE, but they save it. Now Berge has it on the wing, out high, and they fire it to an open corner as French and Campson were on different wavelengths on that one. 5.5 to go. Minneota by 6. They haven't won 36 in a row on this court for no reason, that's for sure. Pass in on the far corner by Rolbecki. Gets it in. Gets the return pass. Gets it in the front court. And there's a nice feed underneath and an easy basket. As scoring down low was Abby Rost. Minneota right now really playing very, very good. They get it into Knight. Turns, shoots, and banks it in. Nice shot by Knight.
Yeah, we needed that bucket. We got to get a stop here.
39-33 now. Vikings by 6 with the ball. Rost. Knutson trying to stay right with her. They're letting a little bit of hand checking go. Rost in the front court. Gets it off on the wing now for Yost.
Nope.
She'll drive in and kick it out. There's an open three again, and it's good. Hennon on the three-pointer. She has her first 3 of the afternoon. 14 for Hennon.
Biggest lead of the game, 9 points for the Vikings.
In the front court now as Berge is cut off in the baseline, makes her move and scores. That's a nice move by Berge.
I don't know how she gets some of those balls to fall sometimes, but she does it game after game.
7-point Viking lead. Timeout on the floor. It's Minneota 42, Belgrade Brutnell Rosa 35 here on the train. 4:29 to play. We'll be back in 30 seconds. Dean and Rick Gosson back here at Minneota High School Saturday afternoon. Minneota rated number 1 in the state in the Minnesota basketball publication, and the Jaguars ranked number 4 in the QRF. BBE is number 1, Minneota number 3 with Henning. They've got an outstanding team. They're right now number 2 in the QRF. And they do have 1 loss. Mayo Lutheran is 9-1. They're 4th. And Mountain Iron Buell, Sleepy Eye St. Mary's undefeated. Hancock is tied for 9th right now in that QRF top 10. I'm amazed at that school, too, that they continue to have those great athletic teams for a small school like that.
Yeah, they just keep going. It's really amazing what Hancock does over there.
Pass will be thrown in now. And Hennon going to be guarded by Berge. Gets it in the front court. Gets it off to Yost. She'll be guarded by Jones. Minneota can afford to be patient and kind of isolate here, try to go one-on-one and take some time off the clock, which they're very good at doing. Jaguars might be coming out to have to foul them here with just 4 team fouls to get them to the line. Rost with it. Lindsay trying to guard her. Stays with her, now gives up the baseline shot. It's short, and Lindsay gets the rebound. So 42-35, 7-point lead for the Vikings. Jaguars with the ball. See if they can get it to maybe Berge again. She's feeling it. There's a 3 from outside off the back iron, no good. Knight the rebound, and we've got 2 other girls all tangled up. Lindsay and one of the Minneota players, and I think a foul has been called on Lindsay. Or maybe, yeah, I think it is.
Got her for a hook on the rebound, I guess, or
yeah, that's
ready for a rebound.
Her 4th foul. I was kind of feeling like Berge was going to sink that 3, but that one didn't go. And then Knight did have the clear rebound. I think she would have scored on that had they not blown it dead. 3.5 to go. Minneota with the lead. They can afford to be patient here. Yost spinning, getting in the lane, then might have got away with a walk.
Looks like a travel.
Yep. Rost with it now. Lindsay trying to stay with her. Rost looks like a strong player. Hands it off to Rolbecki. Rolbecki pulls it back out. Jaguars might have to gamble a little bit here, go for some steals, but that would leave the Vikings probably as smart as they are with some open looks. And we get a foul, a timeout rather, Minneota, with 3 minutes exactly to play. Low-scoring defensive battle. 2 of the top teams in Class A girls basketball. on a Saturday afternoon here in southwest Minnesota. Our score, it's Minneota 42, BBE 35. More basketball on the train in 30 seconds. Well, Minneota is in the driver's seat, you'd have to say right now, Rick. The Jaguars are going to probably have to take some chances and maybe commit a few more fouls here to make them at the free throw line.
Yeah, definitely. They have such a good ball control offense. You know, their passes are so good, and they just don't turn the ball over very much. They're very patient in their offensive set.
It'll be a pass in right in front of the Minneota bench. McKenna Yost will have the honors. And they get it into Rost. She's been kind of their primary ball handler, it seems like. Rost on the dribble. Now picks it up, gets it off to Hennon. She'll fire a three. It's in and out. And that time they do box them out pretty good. Rebound to the Jaguars. I was surprised at that quick of a shot that time out of that timeout.
It's an important possession here for the Jaguars. Get in there.
Somehow they got it inside, and the basket is good.
And one.
Yep. And the foul is on the Vikings, 21, I believe. Twelve, okay. I misread his fingers there. Three-point play for Alyssa Knight. That was huge. Cuts the lead to 4, 42-38. Now it's Becky in the front court. She had that last foul. Almost traveled with it, but the Jaguar fans thought she did. Gets it back to Hennon. Berge is guarding her. Oh, Berge almost got a steal. Now the handoff to Yost. She'll spin. Knutson guarding it tightly. Ball knocked away. It's stolen. Good play by Berge. Up the court they come to Knight. Knight takes it in. And what are we going to get? A walk. Yep. Well, the Jaguars got the bucket by Knight, but it didn't count as she was called for taking steps. But a nice steal on the other end when they brought the double team. Berge got a hand there. Now Berge knocks it away again. She's very good at that, too. Jarring that ball loose without fouling. 2:05 left to play. It's getting tense here down the stretch. Minneota by 4. Hennon being guarded tightly. Berge again knocked it away. And are we going to get a foul here? Yep. Foul on Berge. That's her third.
We got her for 4.
Oh, okay. 16 fouls, so one more, and the Vikings will be in the bonus. And then getting it off to Rost. Lindsay trying to come right up on her. Bounce pass off to Rolbecky. Campson guarding her. Rolbecky changes direction on the dribble.
Get up.
With the ball, it's Hennon. Rost hands it back to Rolbecky as they run some clock here. Up by 4, Minneota. Trying to make the Jaguars either foul them or run the clock out. Right corner, there's a long three-pointer, way too strong. Rebound, though, to the Vikings. Rolbecky saved it. That shot out of the corner was way too strong.
Ill-advised shot out of the corner.
They were very lucky that it was as long as it was so they could get the rebound.
Yeah, we had position on it, too, and it just went long on the far side.
1:18 to go. Another timeout, this one taken by the Vikings. We'll take one as well. It's Minneota 42. Belgrade Root and Rosa hanging in there, 38. Back here at the Minneota gym in 30 seconds. Bill and Rick back here at the Minneota High School. A 42-38 Viking lead. they've had as big as a 9-point lead, and I can't remember, Rick. I think the Jaguars were up at least by 4, maybe 5 even.
I think it was 5 early in the first half. We were up by 5, but yeah, 9-point lead by the Vikings at one point. Now back to 4, and minute 18, we got to get some turnovers.
That'll be a tall task, but we'll see if they can do it. Minneota surprised me with a couple of fairly quick shots, especially that last one, but it was so far off that they ended up keeping possession.
I'm sure Coach Johnston talked with him about that at this last time out.
Boy, Berge almost got a steal an inbound pass. She can be all over the court. Hennon now handing it off to Ross. I think those are the two girls. Oh, the lane opens up. She'll kick it in the corner. They'll pull it back out. Now, that was evident there that they're not in any hurry to shoot. Almost got to foul them now. Down to a minute to go. Hennon driving, and they'll reach in, and it'll be before the shot. And they're going to call a charge.
They called the traveling.
Traveling on Hennon. Boy, I thought that could have been a foul on the Jaguars for reaching in. But Hennon is called for a travel, and boy, the Minneota fans are incredulous. 52 seconds now. Jaguars need to score twice. It's a 2-possession game. And Berge for a 3. Bounced off the rim twice. And the rebound taken by the Vikings with 39 seconds. Now they've almost got to foul Hennon here, a good free throw shooter. Gets rid of it to Rost. She'll drive in, pull it back out. Down to 29 seconds, and the foul, I think, on Knight. They had to stop the clock. Yeah, they did call it on Knight. Because if it had been on Berge, she'd have been out. All right, big pressure free throws here for Yost. And she missed it. Rebound to Knight. Yost came up no good on the shot. Jaguars with time. They go inside. No good. Kind of a forced shot. The rebound up and off. Another rebound, and now it's taken away by Rost. And she hits the deck. Boy, the Jaguars had 2 point-blank shots down low. Could not get it to go in, and then eventually Rost able to muscle down the rebound and draw the foul. Well, they had their chances there, that's for sure, but kind of forced, looks pretty far underneath the basket, but they just couldn't get it to drop. So it'll be Rost at the line, and kind of get the feeling that she might make her free throws here. Seems pretty relaxed.
Yeah, she's a pretty solid player. She's handled the ball a lot for the Vikings today, and just really done a nice job.
But she comes up no good, so again they can get the shot off quickly. They got to move in the front court with 9 seconds. Knutson, and they get a jump ball and the arrow pointing to BBE, but they're running out of time here right now. Just 6 seconds left. They've got to get a quick shot up.
Yeah, there needed to be a little bit more
urgency. A little more urgency to really get it. They've got to get a shot up quickly because they're going to have to leave some time to foul them. And the pass into Lindsay. She'll fire it up off the front rim. Rebound. They play it out, and that'll be it. Final score: the Vikings stay undefeated here on their home court as they beat a valiant Belgrade Butenel Rosa team 42-38. Pretty much a defensive struggle all afternoon. Minneota with 21 points in each half. Jaguars had 20 in the first and 18 in the second, but a great experience for BBE. And Rick, having something like this during the regular season, I think is really good for both these teams. Whether you won or lost this game, just to have a good test like this.
Yeah, that was a fun game to watch, and like we said earlier in the broadcast, that's a good test for both teams. Win or lose, you come out of this with something, and you know where you're at in relation to other teams in the state, because these are two pretty good basketball teams here, and we're going to hear more about them all year.
Right. Well, once again, your final 42-38. The Vikings prevail. They've got a 37-game home winning streak here now, and they've won 71 of their last 73 basketball games. And again, they're going to win some more yet before the year is out. Jaguars suffer their first loss of the year. They are now 9-1. And our next BBE girls game will be in Belgrade, and that'll be a week coming up at the end of the week on Friday night against Pine River Bacchus. That's going to be another good test.
That will be a good test. And then it doesn't get any easier. The next week we have Sauk Center.
Right.
So that's good. Like I said, those non-conference schedules are a little harder to come by this year with the limitations to the schedule. So we'll see how it goes.
It's been a while since the Jaguars have beaten the Main Streeters, too. I think they probably are due for a victory.
Yeah,